Welcome to today's stream. Today we're going to be playing the new Scaramouche Archon quest. I haven't spoiled myself in the slightest. I just know that at some point we'll get to name him. I absolutely have no idea, but one thing is for certain. This little shit, you see this little shit? He made me pay, and not only pay. I had to do the Abyss afterwards too because it was not enough, and he sent me Dialux C4. C4 I say. Well, yeah, I already made him pay the price, as he said, haha. But okay, let's start. Hit the Temple of Surastana. Yeah, I limited the area not to cross it.
Come on, serious suggestions, please. I'm not trying to write a thriller here. It's supposed to be an essay, you understand? An essay! That means facts and logic.
Well, if it's facts and logic you're after, you shot yourself in the foot with your choice of research topic, didn't you? The Tataris Suna mystery. When so much remains unexplained, there's little to be objective about. Unless, of course, you restrict yourself to textual criticism.
Yeah, well, this is my teacher's area of research. I can't change that. But it's fascinating enough without having to sensationalize it, don't you think? The strange location, the missing details, a mysterious person. I want to write my essay on something interesting, and I'm interested in getting to the bottom of all this. That's the only reason I came to you.
Yes, you came to me. So all the more reason to take my advice. The fact is, it's the dramatization that will make people want to read it. There's no getting around that.
The leaves needed to get triggered for a moment. They just spasm.
Okay, but...
Did one of them just mention Tataris Suna? But that's all the way in Inazuma!
No, know that I will be pronouncing this as Tataratsuna or something like that. Like, I know it has been more than 1 year, but I cannot get, you know, the right pronunciation.
Is it just Paimon, or is it kinda unusual for someone in Sumeru to want to write a paper about that? Everyone here is just going about their business. Maybe it really is just Paimon. Guess people here are free to research pretty much anything.
Yeah, and I guess that's why so few of them actually graduate the academia.
Great! Let's go find out what this Tataris Suna mystery is all about.
Tataratsuna, let's go! Oh, by the way, there is only one dialogue which sadly I missed because I usually stop by the crafting table in Mondstadt, you know, after the dailies, and oh shit, I kinda forgot, crap. Wait. UED blocker, let's go. Yeah, I'm going to be censoring this afterwards, but damn.
You think I've got a sharp tongue? I just tell it like it is.
I wasn't super duper prepared,
if someone can't handle it,
I wanted
maybe that's
to
their
stream
problem.
Anyway, for you know, for the fact that okay, yeah, covering that one. Just a second. Yeah, I'm gonna have to censor it on YouTube. Yeah, you will probably not be seeing this one on Twitch and have to wait on YouTube to see it again. But anyway, yeah.
There's no such thing as pure freedom in this world.
Forgive me, like,
even the wind
I
cannot
think I
blow on
caught the
forever.
flu. Like, I am super tired. I lost sight of myself today, but I really wanted to stream, you know, because I was so excited for the quest. But a certain someone ruined a bit the hype. Where the fuck do I need to go? Okay.
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper.
Hi! Thank you. Hi to you too, yeah. I kinda had to pay him and basically drag him out of the MiHoYo servers since they even handed me a PT90 Deluxe C4. Let's not talk about it, like, man.
If only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about her, this seems like the kind of thing she'd know about.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
After 4 nations I have saved, you still do not recognize me?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
Damn, bro. Okay, no, at least I can tell you that is commitment. That is sheer commitment and loyalty to Scaramouche.
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma.
No, that's honestly amazing. Like, I'm not sure if you already had something saved up or if you just wailed and got him back to back. But like, still, that's dedication. I stand.
This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
Oh, Sawada, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking.
My guy, my gal, my pal. Like, that was... No, yeah, your wallet probably cried, but at least you were happy.
Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Tatsuna.
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
What do you mean we don't know about that place? We exorcised the people, we explored it 100%. What do you mean we don't know?
I see. My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
We know everything!
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive for a first read?
I mean, for the standards of the Academia, I'm sure it will be fine.
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade. But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows.
You know, it happens all the time. You just rage quit and throw your parent into the fire, you know.
Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a Kabuki Mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger, someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
Yeah, absolutely, someone who doesn't look like their own Archon.
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This Kabuki Mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
How did he reach the Ghost Island in the first place? No, wait, I must be mistaking the islands. No, yeah, I gotta go back to reading them afterwards because I think I'm confused.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow! Did I get lucky!
Wow!
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the Government Records Office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago.
Yeah, and I can also confirm that I could be asking the one who dumped his ass directly onto that island, so yeah, I think my source is a little more reliable.
Even back then, Tatara Suna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Hey, oh! Con chi l'ha visto?
Wait, so there are 2 missing people in this story now?
Yeah, I didn't know we were on Chi l'ha visto, I'm sorry.
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Yes?
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Let's call Kazuha.
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art. Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
Well, yeah, you know, they were fucking annihilated.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Yes?
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabukimono was not a human, but a puppet.
Yeah, we know, he went to Detroit, become human, tried to destroy Inazuma and then your own region, so yeah, I think I know.
A puppet?
Why are you so surprised? What do you think he was doing?
Aha! Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
Well, yes.
No. Paimon just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
No, it's like quite literally behind our shoulders.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
My guy is so excited. Let me read. The way instead of laborers, I read Labradors. I was a bit confused. Miyazaki, my guy, just drawing even in Genshin. Uh-huh. Yeah, of course, if you're watching the past stream, you can just stop the text to read it fully. I'm just skimming through it.
Oh, and please read my essay draft as well.
I'm not a teacher. Uh-huh. Body. I'm not even gonna bother trying to remember the names. I know I'm just gonna like commit I don't know, multiple homicide on the pronunciation alone. Uh-huh. It's so long! Help! I love how, you know, according to the rumor, it might be the puppet. I don't know, it kinda looks like the fucking Shogun, except that it doesn't wear makeup. You know,
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it.
Considering that Tevat is basically an entire magical source, I would think it can work.
Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawada's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
I mean, technically the Fatui were meddling with our business every single fucking time, so...
Wait! You're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Paimon, you killed him with this pun.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get.
Or you could ask for an audience with the people who are directly interested in the matter, you know.
Besides, if there really
involved,
was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay!
Yeah, I don't understand what the point of this was.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Yeah, you want me to, you know, prepare the homework for you, huh? I know what you're trying to do. The thought before
Hey, so
enrolling.
that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the balladeer, doesn't it?
No wonder, I thought we were talking about Venti.
Okay, then even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh? After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it?
I mean, I think there's worse things which could be happening.
If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
Hello! You little shit, come here!
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like...
I don't know, how many people do you want there to be dressed like that?
Balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
I swear, if he got cloned, I mean, I'm ready in whatever case. I have Jean-Lee by my side. I fear nothing. When I tell you nothing, I mean nothing. Hello? Nahida, what the fuck are you doing?
Travel
Traveler, Paimon, there you are.
Nahida! Bad news. We just saw the balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be lacked at?
I mean, if you're ready for round 2,
I
I
know
can
you
go.
must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain. It was my idea to set the balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me.
Just like he had made a deal with the Fatui and then escaped with the Gnosis and tried to take over a nation by becoming a new god. Are you sure about that?
A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about.
Not necessarily killing, but making you pay.
But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
I don't know if that's an invitation. I'm ready.
Flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down?
No.
I'm worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us.
As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the balladeer.
No, absolutely fine. 10 out of 10 would recommend. I don't know, at this point, let me try and get a necromancer of some sort, resurrect Signora and tell her something. Like, what the...
Well, I, for one, have no reason to doubt you. Considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time.
Or you could just tell me directly and spare lots of pain and suffering.
The balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position.
As long as he can still stand, I would still consider him a threat.
Plus, he's a former harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond.
I think they're just gonna abandon him. If you remember in the chasm, when a brother specifically went missing, the sister was like, at least I hope he died so it wasn't a disgrace to the country. So what do you even expect?
Wait a second. Farmer? You mean he's not a harbinger anymore?
I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
As expected.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui. And also between each of the Harbingers. So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be. Well, if the Fatui are gonna reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
Nah.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings. And you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him!
Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch.
Nahida, are you serious about this?
I mean, exposing the one who was just considered a quote-unquote former enemy, you know, giving him uncontrolled access to the source of the knowledge of all of the samsaras in which, in which Steyvat has been. I don't know, I don't think that's very wise of you.
Yes. I have my reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit. Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that?
Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point.
Why?
It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am.
I mean, at this point, I would still like to know what exactly meant by fake sky, you know, like, we know it is a samsara and everything, but like, what does it imply? Is it actually a full-on simulation? Is it just, piece by piece a reality which was constructed, around the real people? Like, what is it?
He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect.
So technically, everyone who's had a Gnosis before can connect to Irminsul. Does it mean that, for whatever reason, possibly Venti and Zhongli could have access to it as well? They might have accessed it before. Like, I don't think Raiden did because of the self-isolation thing.
The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
Not just enemies, mortal enemies.
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on.
Yeah, if you like to turn the flag as if it was nothing.
How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all.
Primo gems.
Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns. As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you.
I appreciate it, but possibly could you be checking on him while he does that? Like, I still wouldn't trust him 100%.
If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it. It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection.
No, seems like my thirst for Primo Gems is very high.
In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease.
Couldn't you tell me, like, the instant he left, like...
Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside. Great. Thank you. Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Let's go.
Wow! It looks pretty different here compared to last time.
Nah, it looks the same.
The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because Sumeru's at peace now.
Hello?
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
No, you're the one who should be panicking considering the situation.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous. I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru.
Uh-huh.
Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's
What the
inner
fuck?
region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Haha, too bad. I already employed this little shit.
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are gonna be traveling together after all.
Says the one who keeps saying while you run, "Stop following me!" or "Ha!"
Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
Valerie will get you nowhere at this point.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Nah, you're the one who needs to mentally prepare.
Ew! Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him.
Yeah, why aren't you moving?
Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsul. Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Tevat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
I have the same feeling too. Like, I'm usually more patient and comply more, you know. But like, I got my grudge on Scaramouche.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
Nah, my best option is GeoDaddy. Like, GeoDaddy is everything. Okay, I'm running off. Bye. Can't we at least, like, walk normally?
These sapling things have spread out.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
And what if I did? Mr. Fandango, can you go any faster?
It looks the same in every direction.
Yes, can we at least run? No, my guy is improvising.
No wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth.
No, we are just getting teleported behind. What do you mean,
Is he
hey?
mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little?
Not until you have been brainwashed or something.
We're here.
What a huge tree!
Yeah, you could have seen that from afar.
Lesser Lord Kusanali,
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladeer's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
Excellent intuition, Paimon.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
Yeah, and make sure not to do anything funny or I'm knocking you out.
Huh. For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
No, you gotta watch him.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
No, I would like to pay attention to what he's doing.
Yes, I've also invited Paimon to join.
Ah, like Discord call, basically.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our head?
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Imagine you can send the telepathic memes to your homies.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladeer's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Paimon, now, the thing is that kinda has no option, supposedly.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers. Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
Well, what else could he be searching for? I don't know, the best recipe for cookies? Ah, the simp.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Huh. Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
No, what did you think? That he would be laughing while killing people?
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Electro Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Mind sharing?
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
Oh? How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gese got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatarasuna was sabotaged.
Not that.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Possibly the fact that you're making expressions.
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation. Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
That actually isn't accurate. The twin technically is from Teyvat in some ways, so like that still needs to be explained.
Wait, how did you know about that? Didn't Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you. Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself, and making cordial conversation is something I can manage.
Are you sure about that? Like I can turn that around very quickly.
Huh? Wait.
What? Tell me. Yeah,
This
good job.
light.
You became
It
Albedo.
looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
Shh. Just wait.
Shush.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
Who?
Whoa!
The guy, the Hara member he knew of?
I have been in Tatara Suna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else.
How does my guy see?
Under your leadership, Tatara Suna is a warm, welcoming place. Like a giant village. People are gainfully employed. Their lives have purpose. They are motivated.
Why are his eyes in the equivalent of the North Pole of the face?
As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatara Suna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown. All passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique.
Okay, and?
Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma. And it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
My good sir, what do you mean?
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected. Because I didn't want to speculate. And I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way.
But?
What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate.
Yeah, sadly, that is a piece of history I think everybody knows.
And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope.
I don't think that is gonna go very well.
But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I mean, that would kinda be the default expression of NPCs, but...
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
Things are getting heated.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine. Are you sure you're not a little overqualified?
Are you sure you're not a little sus?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat?
No.
Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
No, sadly, you're so very suspicious.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Which of course he doesn't trust
Drop
you.
the act! We're past that now. Whoever you are, it looks like your plan to destroy Tatara Suna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment.
Oh, wait.
A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
The fuck? Oh, that's why it was so spread. Oh my god.
You...
Coward. Coward and little shit, no huge shit.
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for. I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity.
Oh, the fuck are
And what
you?
I seek in Tatara Suna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
I don't know, the...
If you kill me, there's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
Nah, man, no.
Fatui? Who?
I am tired of seeing
What
the
do you want?
Fatui everywhere. But this begs the question, like, that means that, Dottore is actually very ancient, and not only did he manage to capture snippets of himself at different ages, but he also found out how to make them avoid aging completely. exactly?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
You don't get to smile like that when you just kill someone.
That's it. That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet.
Bitch!
Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
I don't know, common human decency? Guess it's not common enough though, considering everything.
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as one of us.
Yeah, as if he would tell.
He has nothing to prove to anyone. Because not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself.
Out of respect.
Think of me
yeah.
as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat.
No, you stabbed him quite literally in the back.
I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible, Mr. Niwa. Already dead. What a pity.
Bitch?
Jester, I have completed the task you gave me, creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Oh, idiot, have you understood how much they have been using you? How disposable you were from the start?
Hey, are you alright?
That's what happens when you side with villains.
Dottore. Dottore!
The Terry? The Terry? My guy is so triggered, but he's getting me triggered too at the pronunciation. It's Dottore, not Dottore.
Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
Yeah.
But why did we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so. But it means nothing.
No, it means everything.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means. Even more so than I.
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
Instead of leaving him alone, you should be trying to confront him and truly understand, you know.
We need to give him some time to process his emotions.
I wouldn't leave him alone, like...
I'm still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
I don't know, because he fucking killed his only friend?
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabuki Mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as a mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future. Of all the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it had protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
So it would have gone to waste anyway, no matter who it belonged to.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Okay, it wasn't. Absolutely not. But at the same time, like, did he know any better at that point? Like, he latched onto the only thing he knew of.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Dotori, you brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Shall we see how he's doing?
Don't think he's doing very well,
Hey.
but
You alright?
just peachy.
That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend. It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Now, I would have said something more like it is basic human decency to just, you know, check up on you, but if you say so. Yeah, I don't agree with, you know, the way the traveler thinks.
Hey, aren't you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Tevat.
Again, this is the opposite of what she said, because, like, she said that Irminsul contains information on the brother, you know, since he belongs to Tevat. Okay, the Descenders might not be. I don't know. It's a mess.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
As long as it's real.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your brother in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was his first destination when he arrived in this world.
Oh, so like considering the fact, you know, if he says that he first spawned into Caria, like we saw in the trailer, okay? And then when we started Mondstadt, which was the place where his spawns did most of the job, but he was present, okay, with trying to take over the Valin. Does that mean that he technically is doing a mirrored journey? Like his last location was our first, and vice versa?
Plus, he only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
He only came to the... That's so weird.
The heavens responded?
No, yeah, that means Celestia, surely,
The
but...
Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your brother for a time. I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this.
The Jester is Pierrot, so that means that we will not be receiving this information until we fight Pierrot, which will probably be at the either last or second to last region available.
Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long.
What is the shield for?
I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me. Give me your hand.
Bitch, what? What for? Like, he could have been shocking you from that. Can't you be a little more cautious?
Can you hear my voice inside your head? No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you. So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
I mean, you know, if we take into account the other game Mihoyo made, Onkai, where there is a samsara revolving around Yae Sakura, technically there will be a point in which everything, you know, everything resets, because it either meets a bad ending or the time just runs out. So like, at worst, I am sure that should he be able to maintain his consciousness, he could take a different course of action. But not only would he have to wait so much time for that, there is no guarantee at all how we would be able to preserve his knowledge, especially if that act alone was what caused Irminsul to get polluted into the first place, you know, because we had to erase, sadly, Rukkhadevata from existence. So I don't think it is possible to remember about the other samsaras anymore.
Done.
I don't know, why would he ask that? Because he regrets it.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Yeah, like kindergarten friends.
Nothing. I was just thanking her for helping me.
Yeah, with that gaze.
So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
Why?
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again.
I knew it would be up to something in the tree.
From
Damn
this
it.
day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabuki Mono will cease to exist.
My
Those
guy,
who
what?
died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Is he trying to fucking reset the samsara
Hey,
on us?
Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are.
I'm gonna swoop the hell out of you if you don't get out
But if
there.
a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
What are you doing?
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow.
I don't know, he could have dissolved into thin air for all we know. Nahida, what the fuck was your plan?
Oh no, he's really gone.
What? Like, seriously, what did you think was gonna happen? Like, I expected at least this from the start.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, Nahida, what the fuck did you do?
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
He submerged into the core of Irminsul and just poof.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
I didn't think he'd be capable of something like that with so little power left.
He's the freaking essence of the god of thunder. The god of eternity. The one who can create freaking pocket dimensions at will. You think he couldn't do that?
Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
It doesn't matter now. We should be catching up.
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
You kept an eye on him, but you lowered your guard, as you shouldn't have.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it.
Yeah, it's a bit too fucking
We're
late.
running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
Yeah, let's just leave him, a former enemy in the source of the knowledge of Voltaivat. It's gonna be fine.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
I swear, if we are in another fucking samsara with another 20 hours of story, I'm gonna flip
This
out.
is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you. I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
I left the other thing to you. Didn't seem like it worked very
An
well.
emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
No, let's go.
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
What strength? I'm ready.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened.
Yeah,
What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
I wonder why. Like, can't you...
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible!
It's not. We did. Don't you remember?
Right! You can't just rewrite history.
Yes,
All
you
that
can.
stuff happened already in real life.
We.
It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it. So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do.
Or has already done, considering you didn't stop him.
Oh, Paimon's so confused.
Yeah, I noticed.
Huh? Ah!
Well done.
Sorry, Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress.
No, it's your own fault since you did not pay enough attention to probably the biggest threat around you.
But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Okay, so if he erased himself... If he erased himself, that would be a problem because it means that not only did Dottore not recruit him into the Harbingers, but it means that technically there is another Harbinger taking his place now. Oh, and by the way, about the Harbingers, apart from the molding I did about Deluxe C4 instead of finding Scaramouche, but Deluxe C5 constellation is called the Harbinger of Dawn. He's not gonna join the Harbingers anytime. Right? Are we sure?
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working.
They already tried to censor a bit with Kaya, you know. He had a talent called something like Heart of the Abyss. They were trying to hide the fact that he is from the Abyss despite it being so fucking obvious. Know that if they change the constellation name, then it means that it has to have some relevance to the plot.
Ugh! Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him.
Yes, and that is why you should have not underestimated him. What did that got you to?
There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Yeah, that's why he fucking separated us from the space. No, I wouldn't say they will be affected exactly, but certainly I think the biggest point of this is the fact that possibly no one was there to, to calm down the furnace. It could have been a big problem, and that also means that if Raiden never failed by creating Scaramouche, she could be having a defective model. And also, yeah, the point of the Harbinger. We are lucky in a way that Scaramouche is selfish. But he just used the Harbingers in his turn to achieve his own ends. And the damage was relatively contained. But I wonder if it was another child, another Signora, how that would go.
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next?
Hurry the fuck up and reach Nahida, maybe?
Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
I mixed Tonight and Wink together and read Paimon won't be able to sleep at Wink.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here.
Okay, so, pizza with oregano, and no mozzarella, just tomato sauce, fries, black olives, profiterole, mimosa cake, Kinder chocolate.
Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes, cream stew, sauteed matsutake, and Dragon chili chicken, almond tofu, satisfying salad.
Imagine if by the pronunciation of almond tofu, Xiao just suddenly pops in out of time. And just like, where the fuck am I?
Oh, also, Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered
Ka-ching.
consonne, lotus seed and bird egg soup, and...
Paimon's tripping so badly. Are you okay? Okay, the vase is still broken, which is an excellent thing, but what the fuck?
What are we... What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now?
We got to reset, right?
Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon's on... The Balladeer? Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name, though.
No way, no. Shit. Okay, so she got reset, but now we remember two lost identities in time. Rukkadevata and Scaramouche. Damn! No way, like... What a mess, like... It's not about him having that ability, it's about Irmin's soul having it.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something
Your eyes
Paimon
are
said?
like, what?
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
Don't talk to me about it. Like, today we had the Italian version come out. I will never ever play in Italian. Like, they call the child the little prince. What? According to what?
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
Like, they were joking about possibly them changing the names Jean to Gianna and Diluc to Deluca. Saccarosio.
Huh?
Benito.
Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Yes, it is a fucking emergency. Excellent intuition. Hello, Hatsune Miku. Hatsune Miku, you're the only. Talk to who? Ah, now we gotta find out. Ah, wait, just a second. It is getting dark outside. My bearbs are freaking out. Let me turn the lights on in the other room. Just give me a moment. Tutto bene. Adesso accendo. No. Okay. Just give me the time to sit back down. Okay. Hello, motherfucker. I could not even
the
plunge.
Anima Smithy!
Okay.
Ah, it's been a while. Of course. Go ahead. Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more.
Okay, so we already asked about this.
The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions. Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive.
Until Kazuha was possessed.
But fortunately, Kaedehara Kazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5.
Okay, so Kazuha. Oh no, that means he never stayed with Beidou and the crew. No.
If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
Does that mean he was possibly possessed like completely?
Oh yeah, we were! Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then too. It seems like such a shame.
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed. In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this.
Okay.
He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokuden, it was right that I should know the truth.
And what is the truth?
There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokuden were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Uh-huh.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster.
But he didn't make it.
Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphaned son was left to fend for himself and grew up deeply resentful at the world.
Oh, so that means that... damn.
In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty Shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him.
Yeah, I figured it would be a mess if Scaramouche didn't exist, but like, does it mean that, you know, like, yeah, Kazuha completely changed?
Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent-up anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan, which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokuden. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life.
Oh, okay.
That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well.
No, but like I feel bad if we're never gonna see Kazuha again with the cruise. You know. And all of the things that... No, that's so bad.
My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit
Like
too,
now
right?
he's completely alone.
Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon. On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
No, poor Kazuha, like... he already had a shitty life before, but now, with even less support? Oh god, let's see what they did to Ayaka and Ayato. And Toma. Yeah, Toma too could be affected.
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler! It's been a while. If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Are they out on business?
The Commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the Commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
Yeah, I wanna know how Ayaka
What do
is.
you think? Shall we go in?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then.
No, I'm so worried.
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say? Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you. What would you like to know? Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf. As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
I mean, you're a bit quick to jump to conclusions like that.
Well, got any more questions?
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you. I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all. I mean it. Whenever the commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away. The commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home. But given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here. They say it's because Toma's a much better chef than most. Oh, the commissioner is so fond of home comfort. They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. The way one would talk about dear old friends around whom one can truly be themselves. Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them as well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they start talking about
I'm so sorry, she's so annoying.
Years now
I
since
cannot
the
stand
late
this way of
Mr.
talking.
and Mrs. Kami. As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, so in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted to have the pleasure. Wonderful.
Paimon likes it here too. Also, you were saying something about the food here being really great. Paimon's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Paimon meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Ideally with a banquet.
Of course. You're always welcome.
Always.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next?
Tataratatsu.
Great! Goodbye,
Yeah, I'm
ma'am.
sorry. That
Don't
is
worry,
the
we'll see
name
ourselves
I
out.
gave it. Like, it is Tataratatsu in my heart, and it is gonna stay that way.
All right, then. Take care now.
Yeah.
Hope to see you soon.
Ooh.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yes.
Everything's
I have
taken
had
care
enough.
of now. Don't worry.
Very well.
I need
Safe
to
travels.
relax.
Goodbye.
You need singing lessons by Tsunemiku. Murder.
Well, here we are. But what are we looking for? Something or someone?
Ping pong.
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
Yeah, they deceive you. You ate too many berries.
Xavier? What are you doing here?
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
Are you sure you aren't high?
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away. Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before. Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here. Oh, well, it's a long story, don't you know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago.
And then start saying
I'm
it.
told that its history is one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation. Goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
Uh-huh.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too.
An imposter.
They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
My guy, you don't want to know.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already.
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
I don't get the point of not telling Paimon this crucial information. Hey Paimon, we altered history not once but twice.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
No, I'm trying to understand how fucked we are.
Sure, go ahead. A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have.
The son of the Raiden Shogun.
I do know the word. Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually.
The fuck does it mean rest to the nines?
But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatarasuna is concerned.
Tatsuna.
Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
Oh,
bye.
you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
Looks like you got all the information you're looking for.
Yes.
Sure, but what's up with you today? Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you.
I know of the identity of two people who disappeared from the timeline.
Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens, Paimon will always be there for you.
Are you sure about that? Like, I'm starting to doubt even the closest
Come
things.
on, you gotta keep it together. Why don't you grab something to eat? You can't go
Paimon
facing
methods.
life's challenges on an empty stomach.
Okay, give me a...
Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
Nahida, what the fuck did you do? Nahida, you messed up big time! Kazuha doesn't have his friends anymore! Nahida!
Hey, it's them!
Who?
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
It's the same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh? Should we join them?
No, we have better things to do.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress. Huh? Oh,
Okay, so... let's see if anything changes. Like, I think everything changed, but like... if there are some common things... Malfeasance? What is malfeasance? Uh-huh.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
Yeah, again, if you want to read the full lore, I'm giving you enough time to just stop the video and read. Again, if you are watching after the stream is over.
Well, what do you think?
Hey, Traveler. Remember how last time Akaba was saying how he wished he could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma. So how about we tell them what we learned?
What did you find out? Something big?
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
Wow, so many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Armanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Keyword the loop. How ironic of you to say that, my guy. Okay, Nahida, now you owe us a very detailed explanation of what the fuck you did.
Nahida, we're here!
Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Quite astonished.
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night,
The Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name.
Even you don't remember it? No, say it. Say it at this point.
You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
No, come on, say it.
Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
It did change it, but not exactly for the better.
How was he even able to do that?
As the Traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it. Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because... well, because he literally changed the world?
Yes. Theoretically speaking, It is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it.
Someone who just sees the resistance as nothing but, damage, nothing but regret. And they have absolutely nothing else to lose.
The Traveler comes from a world beyond Javat. That's why there's no information about her in Irminsul. And it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect her.
Yeah, makes sense.
So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
Because it was too heavy for his heart.
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that. Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share? It couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right? Once the balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense. Every part of it. The balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Please wait a moment. I want to check something. Found it. This should be the one.
Who? What?
It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything she has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner.
How convenient.
You should take a look.
Is this a fairy tale?
I authored this record myself.
Huh? You?
When combined with the Traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story...
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the balladeer or the kabuki mono and other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact. Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that, but Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the balladeer entered Irminsul.
And that is good.
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the Traveler into Irminsul with the balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew she'd remember everything. This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one she told us. The now erased life of the balladeer. There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own.
The Harbinger.
Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monsters soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree, who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us.
Heart and flesh.
Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature, nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer's story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful, he still helped you. Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail. That Conria was where your twin first came into this world.
Yes, could you elaborate on that?
We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
So basically, either there are only 10, or they replaced him.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us.
No, I am beginning to feel really bad for him. I want to seek him out.
So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, the chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Mihiru's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take her out for a walk to clear her head?
You got it. Come on, Traveler. You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
No, I would have liked to at least mention, like, not necessarily what happened with the forbidden knowledge, but like in a very, very abstract way, to still say that, you know, she was erased for the greater good, but she existed, you know. Like, I think it is so sad to just be erased like that, you know. Like, I think she truly deserved better. Especially considering she quite literally gave it her all to try and save the people. I also read somewhere that like the whole damage wasn't fixed after her death, and Venti had to go around and continue cleaning up for
We're here!
her.
What should we eat first?
And you know, that was the way we met Xiao.
Hey, are you gonna answer or what? Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Yeah, very important.
What is it? Have you figured it all out?
Okay, and yeah, that simply means that a version of himself is still out there.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
Oh! Dude!
Hey!
What the fuck?
Hey, wait!
Hmm? You mean me?
No, not you. That kid. Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off.
I mean, not a big issue. I have like 300 I can replace.
Look,
it.
if you're gonna help out here, you can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? Work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
Who's that guy? You know him or something? He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsettias, and I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo.
I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsetius, was it? I'll be right back.
No, first you answer a couple questions.
What do we do now? Okay, stay out of sight. Don't let him see you.
Yeah, as if he can sense us.
Yeah, this'll do.
Even though you say he's the balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsetius? Isn't that a bit too cruel? Oh, all right.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back.
Yeah, excellent idea, you know. Maybe don't give, you know, what's it called? I don't remember the name in English, but like the worms.
Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
Yeah, about your existence.
He spotted us!
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice. Have we met before?
Yes, and those Sunsetias are bigger than your head.
No, we haven't met. But you know me? I have no recollection.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right! The look on his face!
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important. Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Then let's return to the city.
He's being too nice. He's gonna get his memory back soon, I'm sure. This is too odd. Oh no. Go.
Squall and Fury.
Whee!
Quit following me. Quit following me.
Which I'm not even following.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Your mom?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
Okay, now you got fired.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, You should go live your life.
But I don't...
I don't have a life.
No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you. All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now. Quit following me.
I swear if he doesn't stop saying that.
What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
Wait a second. Okay. I just need to start checking a bit the time. Yeah. Okay.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You say that you're trekking across Teyvat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called previous incarnation.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation?
A piece of shit. You know.
Oh, okay. I see. You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
Yeah.
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear. But I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil.
Including killing and torturing.
You nearly died because of what other people did. And many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
Yeah, you'd be right about that.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
Because it's the right thing to do?
This is so frustrating! This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street. He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Yeah, maybe don't.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
Great, it will become a piece of shit again, understood.
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah, maybe don't fucking run into the tree again.
Prepare yourselves, everyone.
Because, like, the thing is so stupid, in my opinion, because if he basically committed his equivalent of a suicide to forget everything because the weight was so tough to bear, why would you want to do it again?
No matter what lies ahead, I'll...
This looks like Inazuma.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories. These memories will show you the raw truth. But be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. Please be careful.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
We never give up halfway. Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
All right. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved, too. No mining crew would be capable of this. There's someone passed out on the ground. You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichio's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the Balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after. As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why couldn't he live a long and happy life?
Because karma can be a shit. Oh, also, wait. I gotta be more careful, there are chests hidden here.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabuki Nono.
It's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
Sorry for the continuous blessing, but I want to make sure I find everything.
Huh? What are we doing back here?
Budget.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty, but there's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here. We can't stay.
I understand, like, not being able to, render every model for the budget, whatever, but like, the same face, just slightly meshed up or downwards for every NPC, come on.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make
He's so low
swords,
poly too.
but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick. He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
But you can't. You promised me.
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever.
And we know that didn't happen.
This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, the balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young. The balladeer came home one day and found that he had stopped breathing.
Hey! What's wrong? Say something! You promised me we could be family! You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too.
Beach.
The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
I think this is a very bad idea. Are they not thinking of the long-term consequences of this? Am I the only one?
You do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you. I've been waiting. What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will. Or you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
The long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Gotcha! Fire hazard!
I will have order.
A festive reprise! Illusion shattered! Quietly now.
Finally, some quiet.
Well, stabilize.
Now you shall perish!
Killjoy! We've also just begun. Looks like I went too far.
This place is dark.
Everything
Paimon
is
knows
dark.
this place. It's the Delusion Factory in Inazuma.
In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the Balladeer here.
No, that's not true. We met him with Mona.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar. Hey, look over there!
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the Abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the Doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
The plot does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best...
Was I too quick?
Looks like we've arrived in Sumeru.
I'm really worried I skipped something. If you know of anything of it, please tell me.
Is that?
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the Abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Let's move on.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass. Can you return my memories to me?
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences. As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I've lived with the void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self. I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, it seems that I brought this curse upon myself.
You'd be correct.
So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
Very well. Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours. You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free.
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled.
This is my... Can you give him a hug or something? Come on!
Is he alright?
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end. Feeble human!
I cannot use him.
Swarm Fury!
Shit. No, I'm not good enough at using help. I barely tried it for the lady.
At my command, you shall fall! Behold! Insignificant
okay, I have access to my food.
Swarm Fury! Wretched vermin, my endless cycle begins! The wind rises. Feeble human! Swarm Fury! The wind rises. Insignificant pest! Cry louder!
Okay. Ew.
Imbecile! Get out of my sight.
I missed the reset Scaramouche. Give him back. I cannot stand him again.
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
Ah, of course.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self.
Yeah, and I'd almost forgiven you.
Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
No.
You sound like you're concerned about me, but don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
No, you changed everything.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Beach. Like, you could...
Welcome back, traveler. Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey.
We did.
Paimon's exhausted.
I am too, and it's fucking dark outside.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it. After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the 6th is.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
Good. At the very least.
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish. What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it. Oh right, I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things,
Slightly
but
different.
I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
Yeah, but can you live with being slightly less of an asshole?
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well. I will try.
Traveler.
Yes? Are you willing to apologize for making me pay for you at hard PT after the lost 50-50?
After I dove into the information torrent in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
Because you messed up big time.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how?
Yeah.
Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back. Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
Okay, then grant me the next 5-star, on the limited banner in like one pool, and then maybe I will consider it done.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to 0. I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
Where are you going?
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
No, my guy, you'll be helping from the battlefield.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too!
Why?
Because you deserve it.
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Honestly, the feeling is mutual. Like, I would have forgiven... As I was saying, I would have forgiven, like, if it was a more pained one, like with PTSD, whatever, but it still kept the other personality, but this one, meh.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
Bitch, you are in my team and you're staying.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
No, Paimon only does nicknames. If it's a serious name you're after, it's all yours.
Have you got anything?
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna go with the No, I'm just kidding. Like, I would never name in something like that. But I'm not sure if there were other better names. You know, like I personally wanted to give him something meaningful. Like, I would have expected more of a change, not gonna lie, with this factory reset thing. Like, I would have truly thought he was a brand new person, but he isn't, in fact. But like, my deal with that was to like name him Sora, because like you know, because his vision is now animal. You know, it reminds me a lot of the sky, and I think it also ties in with the discoveries he had made about the sky being fake. I would have liked to like find the Japanese translation of something which could have meant the one who knows of the stars or something like that, but you know, since it isn't possible, I think this could possibly be the best name for him, at least that I can think of.
Are you sure? Oh, alright. If you say so.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Still thinking. Stop rushing me!
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one. Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
My guy, stop chasing revenge.
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
You need fucking therapy, my guy.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
I see. That is up to you.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been. What's that look for? Don't make that face. I know what I'm doing. That day will come. All right. We're done here. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone.
What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, especially because it wasn't a normal lifetime, but lifetime of an immortal. Like, he lived at least 500 years.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
I would disagree.
So we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Absolutely, #1 priority,
Thank you
Paimon.
both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
Are we done? No.
I've got it! I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You too again?
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
I'm really warming up to the name I chose for him. I think it really fits him. Wait, does that mean that now is called... Yes! I thought it would just be... with the people. But like...
Relax.
Yeah, ignoring this. But why does he have... Ah, yes, let's attack them before because I switched out the books for the domain farming of today. I'm still finishing with Nahida's level 10. Turn to the resting place. Yeah, that doesn't sound very...
Whew, it's about time we had a break.
Yeah, you should be collecting the pieces of the vase you left over.
As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back. Wow, great! Huh? Look at the vase. Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
You sound lost and confused.
Who's she?
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say?
Is this foreshadowing the fact that we will need to become a god in order to take on Celestia?
When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate, like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
I would believe you if there weren't, the instances which cause hallucinations worse than LSD, but...
The voices disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
Okay, I have two possible people for this. I personally don't think it was Alice, because we would have recognized the tone, and she still speaks in a more light-hearted manner. It could be possibly Child's master, the one who trained him into the abyss. I feel like it was too important of a character to just be announced and then thrown into the back. And doesn't mean that the things are different. It could be the third descender, the one we know nothing of.
Anyway, that face is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up? It feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
Just who was it? Damn, I really wish I could at least see the slightest anticipation. What is this? Oh! Okay, so I will need to be super duper careful with this. Yeah, I wish it was at least a little more down in the inventory so that I would not use it on accident. Let's hope that it isn't automatic without going back. Okay. I still have some time left. I will probably rename the stream anyway. Why don't we try and see... Okay, yeah. I just want to check. Yeah, nothing. Okay then, let's go and check out what this has to offer. At least I will try and see. If it is short, we are completing it now. If it isn't short, I will continue it tomorrow. Okay, let's go and see. Oh, hi there! I'm sorry you kinda missed the whole Archon quest, but at least you're here for the other event.
Welcome to the Cat's Tail.
Oh, by
it's
the
the
way,
Traveler and Paimon. What a nice surprise.
I am playing this. Since I accidentally triggered this upon, you know, upon starting the game, I have taken all of the screenshots. If you will want, rather than looking at different videos, and you want me to upload the screenshots from my phone, I will do it, but I will sum up what happened. Okay, so basically, the first one was relating to the Archon quest, and we wanted to ask more questions to Nahida, such as the Descenders, and the brother. As for this event here, Sucrose received a package. Timaeus told her to be careful about it, and that it smelled very badly. She should have consulted with Albedo before opening it. Oh no, yeah, that's okay. It's just this cutscene that I cannot retrieve anymore because it already happened, you know. The package wasn't shown to be containing materials. Oh, a screenshot contains a possible emote material like Lumine is done with life in this one. Basically, Paimon and Lumine arrive. They mention the package. It is from a Sumeru scholar who came here to study in Mondstadt. It is most likely a thank you gift for collaborating on some research together. I wonder what could be inside. There wasn't anything dangerous, just a bunch of strange cards. I think I've seen Timaeus playing with some of them, so I wanted to ask him. No, they weren't test cards as he assumed. She shows a picture of her own card, and he asks her how he has never seen this kind of cards before. She was busy with her alchemical research. It's a card game that is very popular, Genius Invocation TCG. And that's all, we're here now.
Oh, And Sucrose the Alchemist. It's been a while, hasn't it? I'm afraid I've already told you before. Fur from the Cat's Tail staff is not for sale, no matter how much Mora you offer.
Don't worry, Margaret. We're not here for that research project I told you about last time.
Sucrose, what kind of experiment were you trying to do with the cat's tail?
I just wanted to test out some hypotheses, and I needed some materials. But, we can talk about that later.
Are you trying to put cat ears onto Albedo? Tell me.
Actually, Margaret, we're here to learn more about Genius Invocation TCG.
Genius Invocation TCG. We were just talking about that game. You see, more and more people have been gathering at the Cat's Tail to play, so I thought, why not have a dedicated staff to serve the new customers? Speaking of which, I believe you've already met.
Met who?
You know Prince. This is the Cat's Tail after all, so I thought having a cat take care of our new customers would be quite a nice touch.
Allow me to interpret. Prince says that the word customer is much too loose of a term, and we should instead refer to anyone who loves dueling with cards as TCG players.
My mistake. So it seems I haven't introduced you yet. This is Prince and Shuyan. They will be in charge of taking care of our TCG players.
I'm afraid I must correct you there, ma'am. Only Prince, the strongest and most formidable TCG player of all, is capable of providing valuable guidance to our new players. The average player is incapable of grasping the subtlety and sheer genius behind Prince's every play, and he has no choice but to rely on me to communicate with everyone. I am merely Prince's lowly assistant, that's all.
You're tripping, man.
Wow! Another guy who can understand animals!
How can you use such a crude word as animal to describe the one and only Prince? He is special and the only one of his kind. Such a remark is an insult to Prince. Oh? What's that? Shuyan. In the eyes of the common folk, I look no different than any other ordinary cat. It's a natural mistake to make, and you shouldn't overreact. Understood. I do apologize.
It seems he really is capable of communicating with the cat.
Why are you blushing so much?
Could this be the result of some modification to the language center of his brain?
Sucrose, do not dissect the cat.
Seriously, how can he get all of that from a simple meow?
Yes, it was the sacred duels of Genius Invocation, TCG, that formed and cemented our bonds of mutual understanding. It's my firm belief that by simply playing the game, players can develop a deeper level of understanding between one another.
Yes, but I think you might have played it a little too much. Like, I think you need to touch grass even more than I do.
So, playing Genius Invokation TCG fosters some sort of a telepathic link between players?
No.
Somehow Paimon doubts that.
Anyway, if you'd like to know anything about Genius Invocation TCG, then please ask Shuyan, who will ask Prince.
Yeah, trust me,
Though
bro.
I'd love to explain more myself, it's time for my daily walk. I'll let Prince play a game with you and walk you through all the rules.
Just as a seasoned warrior can foresee the path of his opponent's sword, so too can I,
He's
as
like
a
the opposite
TCG
of
master,
visual and
predict
all.
my opponent's every play. It would be improper to pit a newcomer to the art of the card against one such as myself, and I must therefore politely decline. That's what Prince said.
Oh, Prince doesn't want to play with us, huh? Fine, then Prince doesn't have to. We'll play you instead.
I'm sorry, but from the day I met the mighty card master Prince, I swore an oath that my hands would live solely to hold the cards and not to play them. I will never play another match of my own again.
Okay, then I can go by.
If Prince is unwilling to play, then I guess we should look for an alternative. How about this? Diona!
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. What is it? I'm pretty busy over here, you know. Why is it that every player that sets foot in here to play Genius Invocation TCG has to have a drink? Ugh! Don't they have any clue that the key to playing a game is the ability to think straight? Seriously, games and drinks don't mix. Don't they get that? Ugh.
You're lucky for me that I only basically drink either mint water, orange juice, milk, and lemon tea.
What can I say? As the tavern owner, I can't help but feel happy to hear this. Anyway, I see you've been working hard, so I thought you could use a break. So why not come over here and teach these customers the rules of Genius Invocation?
Yes, I beg of you, because the dialogue is lasting so long.
Ha! Yeah, what kind of break is that? I'd rather not. Oh, why are we letting all these loafers come in here to play Genius Invocation TCG anyway? All it does is encourage more people to come to the bar for a drink.
Don't you have desserts or anything?
If drink sales keep going up like this, pretty soon Mondstadt's alcohol industry is gonna reach new heights. Looks like my first step in destroying Mondstadt's alcohol industry should be stamping out the spread of Genius Invocation TCG.
My dear, you are quite mistaken. You said it yourself, a clear mind is necessary to win. Soon, their thirst for victory will overcome their thirst for alcohol. Prince speaks the truth, Diona. Not only is the spread of Genius Invocation TCG no obstacle to your goal of destroying Mondstadt's alcohol industry, it could even support you in this endeavor.
Could it really?
Sure, why not? Alrighty then, our 2 customers are waiting to learn. Shuyan, let's put you on drink mixing duty for now.
But Shuyan is destined for a far greater purpose.
Shuyan, drink mixing, now.
Okay.
Ooh, all right. We'll need some space to learn. Let's go to that empty table over there.
I'm scared. What the fuck is it about? Hello, Diona.
Okay, let's go through the rules. First things first. You'll be needing your deck, so place that on the table.
I have nothing.
Deck? Yes. You should have built a deck. A set of cards that meets the bare minimum requirement to play the game. What's with the blank stares? Come on. Don't tell me you came to learn Genius Invocation TCG without bringing any cards.
That's right. We have some cards that I received from a friend.
Yeah. You're gonna need a few more cards than that. Okay, let me think. To learn the game, you'll need at least 2 character cards to switch between.
Give me one?
Oh, that reminds me. A few days ago, when I was closing up for the night, I noticed a customer had left a couple of character cards on the bar counter. Maybe you could use those for now.
Are you sure that's okay?
It's already been a few days, and he still hasn't come back to claim them. Who knows? Maybe he left them here on purpose. Oh, okay, yeah, I got them here with me. Just in case the customer came looking for them. Yeah, not because I like to play the game or anything.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so now we have 2 character cards. That's everything we need, right? Yep. So, are you ready to start? All right, then let's begin. Welcome to the world of Genius Invocation TC. Simply put, this is a game where you control character cards to duke it out with your... Once you've defeated all of your opponent's... Now then, you're gonna need a character up...
Of course, the look.
Let's finish this, swiftly.
Go, my
First, we roll 8 elemental dice at the start of every round.
What a mess, I don't understand shit.
These dice correspond to elemental energy. We'll be spending these dice to...
Okay.
Once the roll phase is over, during the action phase, you can... Of course, the most...
Yeah, can I do that? Select the elemental skill. Okay, can I actually do that? Okay. Yeah.
Not bad. During the action phase, both sides will take turns making their moves. After you use a skill to attack your opponent, and as you can see, once the enemy finishes their move,
okay. I cannot. We have 2 Omni dice.
Now, these are Omni. So, we're gonna use them to pay for the Pyro dice.
Okay.
That was but the game had.
Alright.
As much as we'd like to, and after you end round, you won't be able to do. And once everyone shoots.
I don't want to end the round. I still have.
All right, and a fresh new. Ooh, that's some terrible luck. But don't worry, situations like these are why we have the option to reroll. Once per round, you can select all the dice that you don't like and
basically everything.
When the action phase begins, this means that since you finished first the last round, alrighty then, each time you use a skill. Once Diluc's energy is, never mind. Diluc's normal attack only needs 1 Pyro die and 2 other dice. In any case, you're...
What a waste. Yeah, Diluc is dying. Can we?
Now we have 3. It's time to...
Burn!
There are 4 basic battles. Help, help. I'm not sure I'm gonna make it in time. Shit.
In an actual game of Genius Next up, it's time...
Okay,
Oh, it seems like any move by Kai is gonna cost quite a lot of cry... When you deal cryo...
Dodge this!
Good! Now our opponent is affected different types of element and elemental at the moment. Oh, that reminds me. Both sides must have what? Normally, we can only use the act now. If we want to use the skills of our... In this case, we'll have to... You can spend 1 elemental die of any kind to switch a standby character to the active character.
Let's go.
Switching characters is an action, just like using a skill. So once it's done, it's your opponent's turn.
Okay, are we just gonna stand
Most skills
by
can
and
only
take
target
hits?
the active character. As you can see, your opponent... Alright then, now that Diluc... the opponent is already affected by when triggered. This will allow you to deal loads of damage. All right. Next up, these cards are each time a match. Uh-oh. Looks like we don't have any element.
We still have none.
Seriously? We still don't have any usable die. Well, never mind. Even in cases like don't underestimate it. So playing this action card will require 2 of these. See the symbol? Some other cards will come across that bridge. So, playing an action card from your hand is simply put. You can continue to act even but wait. D-Luke's elemental skill costs 3 pyro. Not a problem. By discarding 1 card. And this card isn't useful right now. So, sometimes you won't be able to perform any actions you want to because you didn't roll the elemental die in Genius Invocation TCG. In this case, just like playing cards from. Come on, hurry up! You. Well, would you look at that? Because you have the White Iron Greatsword equipped. Now comes the final part. Hoo-yeah! At this time, we can select any number of cards in our hand to shuffle back into the draw pile. Once you have confirmed any adjustments you wish to make to your starting hand, let's see how you do.
Let's finish this swiftly.
Yeah, I hope so. I was hoping this would be a bit more fun, not gonna lie. Wow.
Hey, look at you! You can preview. Check it out! So here's where you can see all your opponent's intentions for this round. All your opponent's intended action. Reference this to come up. Well then, that's the...
I don't think I can draw it. I just put an end to... yeah.
Wait. Every time you hit an end phase, you get to draw 2. Remember, you... All right, cool. Those are the basics. What we just played was an adventure challenge. Genius Invocation TCG can be played in duel mode, where each player brings 3, but the rules are all the same.
Although I feel there are still many...
That was quite the detailed explanation.
Hello?
I didn't know the Cat's Tail's famous mixologist had such an eclectic skill set.
What? Oh, when did you get...
I stepped in while you were in the middle of your explanation. I hope I didn't dampen the mood.
You snuck in without making a sound. Anyway, what are you doing here?
The Cat's Tail is a player in Mondstadt's alcohol industry. Naturally, you have some collaboration with my winery. I'm here today to discuss a few items of business with Margaret.
Too bad she just left, but...
Never mind, it's nothing urgent. In fact, I think I'm now more interested in this card that you're using to teach them the...
Wait! This card? It's Diluc's character card!
Although I have some degree of experience with Genius Invocation TCG, seeing this particular card is a first for me.
A customer left it behind a few days ago, but he wasn't even playing the game while he was here.
Oh? And what sort of a customer was he?
He wasn't wearing an eye patch, okay? He had a light complexion and a super serious look on his face. He wasn't much of a talker and looked like he was just drinking his worries away. Never seen him around here before.
Eye patch, you say?
Gah! I was trying to give the opposite description, but I just ended up giving it away.
Yeah, you're
Sorry,
a little
Bart
genius.
Captain.
Don't worry. Somehow, I don't think he'll be giving you any trouble over it.
So, what about the Diluc character card?
I don't mind. It's just a card with my image on it.
I didn't expect Diluc to be familiar with Genius Invocation TCG.
The game has been catching on lately. It's hard to go anywhere without hearing it mentioned. Every now and then, I'll sit down and play a game with the customers in Angel's Share. I was hoping we could play a game, but this issue of someone leaving a character card with my image of the cat's tail is very intriguing. It's getting late, and someone has some explaining to do. We'll have to have that duel another time.
I am so sorry, Kai and him really don't get along in the slightest.
Good. Then I'll take my leave.
Like, Kaya really suffers from it.
You know where the door is. Don't let the door hit you where Lord Barbados split you.
No, excuse me, where exactly? Am I dirty-minded, or does that sound very fucking wrong?
Guard Captain.
I hope Kaya will be alright. Well, now that we are familiar with the rules, why don't we try playing a game of Genius Invocation TCG?
Ooh, 2 new players having their first ever duel. This sounds like fun! But in order to play an official duel, you need to have 3 character cards. Remember, a complete deck has to have 3 character cards and 30 action cards. Got it?
Then, let's use my cards. These were mixed in with all the others I had received. And I didn't know what they were for at first. But now that we've learned the rules, I can see that this one must be the Sucrose character card. Now, it looks like we each have the Kaya, Diluc, and Sucrose character cards. So why don't we have our first duel? Alright, let's duel.
Ooh, Mona. Oh,
unlike the adventure challenge you tried previously, duels are true tests of strength between. In a duel, your opponent can also use action at the same time. Your opponent must also spend element. Are you ready?
Let's finish this, swiftly.
That went very badly. Okay, so I cannot choose who to attack. Alright. Okay, I think I might need to end the round. Okay, we have Xiao, I think. Okay.
Demo test 6308.
I did not exactly want to use Rose.
Let's go.
Okay.
My research. Darn. I didn't factor that into the equation.
Okay, let's give it our all.
Burn!
And I'm ending my round. Okay.
There can be no...
Oh, I wasn't expecting that.
Okay, let me check what I have. Okay, I'm gonna attack anyway.
Cool it! There can be no excuse or defeat.
Okay. One character card defeated.
Okay, I'm gonna declare the end as well.
Cool it!
Enhanced Animal Module 75!
Okay, I'm just ending my turn. Ah, okay.
This doesn't look good.
I can't believe I lost. Every decision is a difficult trade-off in this game. If there was only a way to transplant the arms of the two standby characters onto the active character's body.
That's not how the rules work, Sucrose. Don't be a sore loser. That kind of thing is looked down on in TCG circles.
Oh, I am sorry. I was beaten fair and square. I know that. I just can't stand losing, but it was a fun match.
Paimon didn't know you could get so competitive, Sucrose.
I always get a little upset when I lose. It's like that with my research, too. It always gets to me when my experiments don't go as planned. Especially when there's an alchemy genius like Albedo around to compare myself to.
You can be the sorest loser ever, but as long as you don't become like a Scaramouche, it's fine, girl. We'll forgive you.
You lost me at alchemy and experiments. But I'm pretty sure it's normal to feel that way. Playing cards is no different. Each game you lose makes you want to win the next one to settle the score. And the desire to win pushes you to improve your strategy and build a better deck. Seizing victory through a winning combination of luck, skill, and experience is where all the fun of Genius Invocation lies.
But what if you keep trying and never win a single game?
A losing streak, yeah. That'll definitely get you down. But it's way better to keep trying until you win than to just accept you're a plain old loser and give up.
You make a good point, Diona.
Besides, Sucrose, you're already making great progress. It'd take at least 8 of our regular booze hounds to match your level. You played well this last match.
Thank you. I'm just a little disappointed to lose, that's all. But Genius Invokation TCG is a really fun game.
Good! Having fun is the main thing. If you ever want to play again in the future, feel free to come by the Cat's Tail. But don't expect me to play with you. I just mean, this place probably has the right atmosphere.
I'll definitely be back.
All right. I think you should have all the basics down by now. I need to get back to bartending. Shiyan's likely been busy making his tavern more popular with his delicious cocktails. Pui, pui, pui. And burning Mondstadt's wine industry to the ground keeps me pretty busy, you know. So if you need any more help, go bother Shiyan.
Okay, thank you.
I see. So you have now grasped the rules of Genius Invocation.
That's right! The track, Paimon?
Because Becoming a TCG player is sobering words from Prince there. But I'm afraid he's right. Yes, although basically, to become an official...
So, you have...
The duel, I agree. Although I didn't get to observe the match myself...
Same way you can...
A well-trained ear is a basic skill Sucrose, you may have lost the... But first thing... Oh yes, my goodness! Completely slipped my mind. I'm lucky to have Prince here to remind me. Everyone who wants to start playing Genius Invocation TCG is entitled to claim a free casket of tomes.
Oh, Timaeus mentioned it, didn't he? It was from the light novels he's been reading. The thing that the main character found in his attic.
Oh, that's right! The soul of an ancient TCG player was trapped inside, right? So the casket of tomes is actually real?
Well, actually, all card cases in Genius Invocation TCG are called caskets of tomes. Not only do they provide a reliable and sturdy container to store your decks, they can also sense when other people in the area are also carrying a casket of tomes with them.
Oh, Paimon can guess what you're gonna say next. The reason they can sense each other is because they have the souls of ancient TCG players inside.
That would mean an extraordinarily high number of people in history have been turned into disembodied souls as a consequence of playing card games? No. The real reason that it can sense other caskets is because it holds a nifty little mechanism invented by Sumeru scholars.
Darn, what a letdown. All right, now let's see this casket of tomes already.
All caskets of tomes are probably for the best. If Prince and I were okay. So go and see Margaret to claim your casket of tomes.
But even for the Traveler, that's only 2 wins in total.
I shall choose the final contestant she must beat. Excellent plan, Prince.
I was hoping the story would be less lengthy, but you know, I didn't want to risk triggering it.
Hello, you three. Has little Diona finished teaching you the rules of Genius Invocation? Ah, I see you're here for your casket of tomes.
So this is a casket?
That's right. A purpose-built case for your card deck that can even detect when someone else nearby is carrying one. Gosh, whoever...
Yeah, well, even the most fun game is pretty lonely if you got no one else to play it with.
True. So I'm glad that these customers, you're not wrong, but that's secondary. The important thing to me is the opportunity for like-minded people.
All right. In that case, I'll go find some people to play. Thanks.
Oh, I cannot. Yeah.
Dare to mess with me?
Ah, oops. No, not that one.
There's a player nearby! That way! Let's go see! Aha! It's you!
I'm sorry. Is there anything I can assist?
We want to become official Genius Invocation TCG players! But we have to pass the test first, so we need to beat 3 players in a duel. Our casket of tomes led us to you!
Oh, I see. Unfortunately, I'm on duty right now. I see you're serious about this. Very well. So be it. Then let the duel begin.
I am so sorry, Jean, if people invade the city, but we had to do this very important game.
Let's finish this, swiftly.
What a bad luck! Okay, let's see if I can sacrifice. Okay, good enough for me.
Gosh, I lost. You're remarkably good at this, considering how new to the game you are. Let's play again when you have some time. But ideally, not when I'm on duty.
We did it! Now we have 2 victories under our belt! Let's get back to the cat's tail. Paimon wonders who Prince is gonna pick as our final contestant.
Come take a look. There will definitely
I sensed that she had what it took to become an official TCG player, but she has returned to the tavern more quickly than I had expected. Defeat the opponent I have arranged for you, and you shall become an official TCG player. I look forward to watching this game immensely. Not just Prince. I can't wait either.
She won't lose to them, whoever it is. Right, Traveler?
What ho, fellow voyager of the stellar void. Yes, even I was briefly discountenanced when I heard the tidings of your sworn oath
Is it Mona?
to become the thrice victorious. But so be it. You who are enslaved by dueling desire, be released from your shackles into the glorious arena of gladiatorial combat. Step forth, O brave challenger.
Unofficial.
Your princess
They have
grants
similar
an audience.
voices.
Hearken well. The wretched clock chimes yet again. As the declining
Your opponent
light of the
just
day
fucking
grows
declines
dimmer
because
still.
their brain cells can't
Pardon
know.
my directness, but we have not been waiting that long. Mein Fräulein could afford to be a little less impatient.
Huh? Paimon knows those voices.
Your opponent sounds anxious to begin. Do not delay. That's what Prince said. Please and...
Hello, official. I missed you.
Paimon knew it! It's Fischl and
but the Prinzessin. For, as the name of this hallowed rite suggests, only when the wisest of heroes is summoned can the Master of Cards hope to be crowned the champion. This path is a treacherous one. It must be tread with great caution, for eternal doom and damnation are but one wrong step away at any given moment. That is why none is more suited to appear in this audience chamber than the Prinzessin, whose Aug de Verurtelung des großen Kaleido-Phantasmus has witnessed 10,000 battles across 3,000 worlds.
Oh, is that right?
Indeed. Mein Fräulein has watched many games of Genius Invocation TCG and has gained a solid grasp of the rules. Even in a duel between beginners, it is best that both participants are well versed in them.
Oh, that's true. Ah, this makes sense now. Prince did say that he was gonna pair us with someone of a similar skill level.
The Prinzessin needed but a single glance at these mere machinations of mankind to discern their working principles. Thus, with speed and brilliance paralleled by lightning alone, do I now arrive here at the gateway to yonder circle of secrets.
Mein Fräulein, too, has bested 2 opponents thus far, and is therefore one step away from becoming an official TCG player.
So there's a lot on the line, huh? Either Fischl or the Traveler is gonna come out of this duel as an official TCG player!
Indeed.
The Prinzessin herself heeds the call of fate and descends to this realm from the Immanakreich. Yet still, you dare to doubt the inevitability of the inevitable. Your stubborn foolishness is contemptible.
Mein Fräulein, I implore you to consider less odious turns of phrase, lest you be forced to feast on your words in the fullness of time.
What? I shall not lose, Oz! What say you, Outlander? Do you wish to make an enemy of me, the Prinzessin de Verurtelung, who even now begins to strum the strings of fate that shall sound out the Traveler's Requiem? Then I say it is time to see what you are made of.
Okay. Gonna hope I managed.
Let's finish this swiftly.
Okay, let's see what this has in store for me. Okay, no need for any, so...
By royal decree!
Okay.
Dodge this!
Okay.
Time for retribution!
And we had a
This
repeat
is
of
but
what
a small
happened with Kaya's
sacrifice
vision.
necessary to achieve ultimate victory.
You say so.
What happened? Oz, with lightning twixt upper and lower mandible, strike thy pointy beak into this obstacle and remove it from my path.
Mein Fräulein, I cannot simply attack the traveler.
Okay, I want to switch characters.
Ready when you are.
Let's light it up!
Dodge this!
Can I do anything else? can still make it.
Oh, so sorry. Freeze!
Let's light it up! You defeated my Gaia, bitch.
Doesn't look good.
I can do it. Couldn't break the curse.
Impossible! Ugh, the cursed dragon looms near once traveler.
What a
Yes,
truly
it was.
ingenious plot.
Congratulations! You've won 3 duels now. That makes you an official TCG player.
Finally!
Yeah! Oh, Sucrose, you're back! Does that mean...
Yep. I've won 2 games so far. When I got back, I heard you were in the middle of your final duel. So I came over to watch.
Nice! Sucrose won too as well!
It seems I am forced to admit, to commemorate your glorious...
Main Fräulein wishes to give you.
Wow! It's Fischl's
Tis a mere token of such.
Oh, excuse me, ma'am.
Nothing would delight me more.
One other thing. When I got back, Prince and Shuyan said there were...
Probably not. Oh, Paimon, let's go get our...
Yeah. I don't think it's
With
gonna be
3
a prize.
electro dice,
I am worried about what is gonna happen in that room.
Ah, so it was you who won the duel in the end. I knew you'd do it. Very well done. The first thing, all this handbook tells you exactly what... Secondly, and thirdly, whenever you wish to play a game with a friend, you can use the... Yes, it's right by the bar counter. Once you get the hang of it, that's it, really. If there's... Yes, indeed.
Okay,
I'm
so
quite
we can
sure
play
they
in
will.
co-op, like with
Oh,
people.
sorry. I forgot to translate. Hope you have fun playing Genius...
Oh, it's over? What? Weekly visiting? Does this mean it is permanent? Is it permanent? Or have I misunderstood? Like, it seems to have become a card. Where? I have lost it. I have lost it. Yeah, I do not think I can click on that one without modifying Ah, okay. Here. A match invitation letter. Damn, 20? Okay, but it does seem like it is permanent at this point. I do not see... Like, I do not see an ending date, right? Did I... go to the tavern? Yeah, possibly this is permanent. Like, I don't know, is it my impression? Okay, there are 10 levels. Okay, a decent amount of primo gems, but we'll need to grind for it, as always. And I gotta choose what to do with this. Yeah, I think I would prefer to have yeah, I'm starting to think so too. Can't I buy the cards directly? Or are they just considered the skins? Damn, they are expensive. You need to work for them. Will you forgive me? This will be off stream. Like, I believe it truly requires some grind. Well, anyway, guess this confirms that I will have enough time to make my eyes rest until Saturday. I will modify the schedule again, and we'll be having 2 more streams this week for Breath of the Wild. I am sure that at the very least,
Academic
I will be
research
able to
isn't some
save
kind of
both
fad.
Revali
Topics don't just
and
go in and out
Daruk, you
of
know,
fashion.
the 2 remaining champions. After that, I would like to still spend some time, if you're okay with that, you know, with pursuing more completionist achievements, such as the 120 shrines, you know, which are widespread along the map. And I was considering even strategically to prioritize the 2 remaining champions in the episodes of this week, and then work towards other objectives always in the game, so that if people who don't want to see me, you know, completing all of the shrines during the stream and other objectives, can just skip straight to the very last episode where we will be fighting against Ganon, you know, the final boss. If you're okay with that. But of course, after the final boss, I will also be playing the DLC, so like the series won't be over after the boss, but like it was my general plan, if you'll be okay with that. Well, anyway, I honestly had a lot of fun with today's stream. You know, there were so many things to do. I was a bit disappointed though, because I believed people were saying that Scaramouche was gonna have, you know, his own hangout, but rather seemed like just the average Archon quest. So yeah, that's the only downside of it. But and yeah, the fact that I will have to grind a bit for the primo gems, but you know, it's still primo gems, so you can work for them. And that's it. I'll see you this weekend. Stay tuned for eventual updates, especially on the Sonic model, which should be approaching the finish line.
There's no
you know,
need to exchange pleasantries.
after
It's rather pathetic
the
to
Breath
force
of
a
the Wild
conversation
series.
Just to occupy silence.
Hopefully the brand new copy of Sonic Frontiers, which is sitting on my shelf, will finally be put to use. I still haven't spoiled myself in the slightest. Like, I'm really waiting to play with you guys, blind reaction completely. Oh, Biden. Yeah.
Relax.
Okay, and in the stream with his tongue. Bye bye.